All right. Well, that was an absolute cavalcade of nonsense. I was like, oh, I'll go make some coffee for myself right before we start the stream. So I'll just go ahead and turn it on and then go make my coffee. And then it's like, oh, I don't have any coffee. I go and grab a bag of coffee, come out, open up the bag, the new bag of coffee, go, oh, this is whole beans. And I can grind them, but I have a hand grinder. And it's like, I don't have time to do that. So I started looking at all the other bags of coffee that I have. There's a lot right now. And only one of them is actually pre-ground coffee. So I had to figure out which one that was and pull it out and do that. And then it was time to get the dog his little treat that he gets. Anyways, and then the kettle was not full of water, and then had to take it full of water and heat it up. And everything took about 3 steps that should have taken 1 step. So it took a little bit longer to get here. But today we're going to do some more prep. We're going to do some things. So this is a lot of body doubling, so if you need to work on your prep, generally I would be working on prep, but we're not going to have our game this evening simply due to weather concerns, and weather's going to get kind of nasty here, so we are not going to meet up in person. So I figured, well, I can jump in and continue working on the stuff that I had been working on, mapping. So that's what I'm going to be doing. So you're planning or prepping for your sessions or world building, whatever you are doing. It's just a little body doubling, so you can have somebody else is working and doing the same thing that you're doing. Keep us both on task and moving along. So that is the plan. That's it. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and drop them in chat. Actually, what I'll do right now is I'll go ahead and drop my own message in chat, because then I'm going to turn the microphone off and just get to working. It's going to be one of those kind of streams. But obviously, if you guys have any questions, jump in. Okay. Do you have any D&D DM questions? Yes. Otherwise, yeah, I'm gonna turn the mic off. I'll turn my own music up in my headphones, and we'll just keep working. Yeah, we're just doing our hex map. If you haven't seen the previous streams, then that's what we're going to be doing. I'm just filling in points of interest on our map. I can show you the map real quick before I go fully silent. Out, and then I'll throw it over where you. Right. I think here's a full screen. You guys see it? It's over here on the right. That's the big hex map I'm working on. I'm about halfway through it. I think maybe more than halfway at this point. But moving forward, oh, it seems like I was doing stuff in the corner. Okay, so I am going to need to go back and do those corners, I guess. That's for me to worry about, not for you guys to worry about. But yeah, each one of these little hexes is, let's see, we're at the region scale. So each one of these we're at the county scale. Each one of these hexes is about 10 nautical miles wide, side to side. So it's about 12 statute imperial miles side to side. Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and get to it. Walk along. Hey, how you doing? Nice to see you. I'm doing okay. Hopefully you're doing well. Uh, Working on some world building stuff, honestly, for some D&D. And that's everything for that hex. Area I've already worked in. The high occupation area with a whole bunch of people. Filling in all the gaps. Oh, you're an artist? Some moats, some art? Well, that's nice. And honestly, I don't do probably enough streaming, especially on Twitch, to use the emotes, but hey, yeah. And I won't say no right up front, but yeah, I mean, honestly, and I'm trying to do more streaming on Twitch. I do most of my streaming on YouTube, for the most part. Gets us all the way down to the rotundifolia out. Pick back up. And I'll have to go in and do all the little corners. Well, that's easy enough because easy enough to do because I don't have an Instagram, so really help me. All right. Yeah, let's keep moving on here. Move this out of my face so I don't keep breathing into. Alright, cool. We're gonna have a construction site that's hanging out here. Discord? Honestly, don't use Discord that much. At least, generally I use it for friend stuff, not for streaming stuff. About the stream stuff, I'm trying not to sell your stuff. What's the heck stuff for? Oh, it's for my D&D game and my world building for D&D. That's what it's for. So I'm currently running a D&D campaign that's set in this area. I'm fleshing out a little bit more of it. Technically, they are... Get over here. They are technically on this island right here. I'm filling out more of the world map. Yeah, that. Let's figure out what this construction's gonna be. How about that? New, old, recent, since. Type's gonna get. Yeah, let's go ahead. Why not? Ooh, 219. Bottom end of natural. Gonna be plants. There's a little plant theme in there. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna be plant creatures there. It just means that that's. If I need to know a theme about something, it'll be very plant-like. The new construction, we'll just ask the Oracle. Oh, okay. The repair. And what are we doing? Or be for travel haven. Find out a little bit more about that in a second. Let's do percentage. How close to complete is this? Okay, not very far. About 30%. %30 complete. Is it active? Yes, okay. Oh, actually, we'll just put that on here. It's recently damaged. And under repair. There, it's active, 30% complete. Recently damaged. And this occupation. Since there's already a travel haven there, that's likely there's going to be something there, so I'm going to roll twice. Didn't matter. Got the same thing, but for both things. So, occupied, there's no sort of like village or hamlet or anything that's associated with it. It's kind of off by itself. So, it could have been damaged by plants. That would make sense. Out here, we are in sort of like a shoals, marshy area, a salt marsh kind of area. So that does make sense. Find a little bit more about Travel Haven. We're going to be pretty much done with this. Oh, we could do our common travelers as well. What kind of place is this? Inn of 5 could be an inn. Sense. Over shelter or high traffic campsite. Which one do I like better? Travel Haven. There are a couple travel havens in the area. Got one here. We got one here. Rustic gazebo in this travel haven that we haven't given any to yet. That makes me think this is probably an inn. So the Oracle, is it Boderin? 11 plus says yes. Yeah. This would be, I don't think I have it with me. Be one of the good ones where I roll on the table to try to figure out what the damage is about. There's Oracle in that way. Yeah, I do have it with me. Okay, cool. Prompts from Shadow Dark. We can roll a D100. Figure out what's going on here. 49. Fortify. D60. Fortify trick. I know how you trick plants. A little bit of a weird one. Uh, let's say by capitalize by invasive plant is a trick. This may be like a Jack the Giant Slayer Beanstalk situation. Maybe somebody has given somebody something that plants and said, "Oh yeah, no, these are some really nice gourds or melons or something like that," and they plant them, and then it becomes this terrible invasive species that's maybe attacking them because that's kind of how plant monsters work in D&D. I'm gonna put down here that they were plant into planting, or else I'm going to think that the people got turned into plants, which is not what we're trying to do here. Future proofing this for myself, looking at it later. Okay, I think that's everything we need for the construction site. Oh, we did want to see if there were travelers. So who are the kind of travelers that you might normally come across here? 2d8, see if like anything. 206, artisans, nobles, retinue, performers. That one doesn't totally make a ton of sense. Pilgrims, religious officials, or retinue. That one makes probably more. I don't know why artisans, nobles, or retinue be out here in the middle of anything. I mean, we do have the rotund, or redoubt, but noble and retinue might make sense, so maybe we'll do a split. Nah, let's stick with these guys. And again, it's gonna be a 1 and 6 because we're out here in the wilds. The boonies. Counter. Plain text. Yeah. Alright, yeah. I think I'm good with that. Discord. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. It may just be Red Ragged Fiend, honestly. That might be what it is. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I've never seen this kind of way to build. Trying to be a new DM in the future. World building is where I'm lacking, but want to learn to do that. How does it work, if you don't mind me asking? How does this work? Well, this is not. You can check out the blog the easy way. And actually, if you want to get in touch with me, the blog would probably be the easiest way to get through it because I believe there's contact through it. And that's redraggedfiend.com. But this is definitely what I would say jumping in immediately up to your neck with world building. Not how I would tell somebody how to do it, especially as a new DM. As a new DM, I say start small. Figure out an area that you want to kind of start your adventure in and make it pretty rustic. Make it pretty frontiersy and local. That will generally work out better. Have it just be a smaller village and then have a larger city that's, nearby that they can travel to later once they get a little bit there in the low levels. They can build up their levels a little bit and move in that direction. You definitely don't need to do this. This is a very, very top-down world building. This entire area is part of a gigantic world. Here, I can bring it up for you guys real quick. Throw it over here. Actually, I can throw it twice. And so I can pull up the file and switch over that way. I can show you the full world as to what we're dealing with. There we go. All right, that is one. Okay. I think that's the way to do it. So this is the entire world. This is, by the way, what I'm saying. Don't do this. I've been doing this for a very long time. This is where I want to set generally all my games in, so I don't keep making worlds again and again and again. This is definitely not for the faint of heart and not what I would recommend for a new dungeon master to do. So anyways, this entire area that we're looking at is right here. Right, specifically right here is what we're looking at. And I'll zoom out on the map and you'll see this hex look. But yeah, that is specifically the area that we are dealing with in this giant world. Because that's where the campaign is right now. It's all been set right here. So if we go down, no, I don't. So if we go here and we zoom out on this guy. Hey, you see there's that same hex there. And so that's zoomed all the way out. So there's a lot of stuff going on in this world. We're talking about, as far as like individual on the lowest scale, the smallest hexes are 2 nautical miles wide. And so there are at least tens, if not hundreds of thousands of hexes within the world. It don't make it seem like they're all mapped out. I don't have time for that. So I only map out a lot of the areas I'm working on. This is a part where my current campaign is set, so that's why I'm filtering out more of this. And this is even beyond the play area that they're in right now. Me just kind of breaking it up and just doing a little extra prep work. And so that way in the future, if everyone is set, the campaign goes long enough for us to get to this point, I'll have that stuff. If I ever want to reset another campaign in this area, I can do that and not have to do all this work again. And I'll have a really good handle on this area of the world. But that is the disgusting amount of detail that's in here, and this is not what I would recommend somebody do. It's really easy. Set a village, put a dungeon nearby, a few different things going on, some different locations for them to visit, these little points of interest. Do that, within a few hours to a few days, walk away, have them go places, talk to people, do things, kill monsters, come back, spend loot, and as they raise up in levels, they can move on to a city or something like that that's got a little bit more going on. You can really start to get into some deeper, more meatier plots. But to start out, I would not say do this. This is all very wrong thing. This is all very. I think it would be overwhelming. I find it overwhelming, and I've been doing it for a long time. But that is part of the draw to me, is that it's got so much going on. But yeah. Set a little frontier town, build from there. Oh, hey, how are you doing? I'm late into that. California getting trees from Australia. The trees are very cool, nice. They are highly flammable. Well, yeah, I mean, California's highly flammable too. Very similar ecosystems, which is why the plants, the trees transplant very well. Extremely organized, thank you. I try to be. It's what makes my brain happy. Not for everybody, and it's not everybody's DM style either. It's just my specific one for world building. But if you want to see like more of this, like really see it from the nuts and bolts, probably the blog or raggedfiend.com is the best place to do it. There's the whole like world building from scratch area where I go into all of this and drills down to how to go from that very top level, like looking at a map of the world, all the way down to, hey, here's what's within these 2 miles. Because it all kind of like works like a Russian nesting doll all the way down. All right. Well, we got this one completed. So let's move on from that. And after that one, I might have to take. Nope, nope. I was gonna have to take a drink, but no, I've got plenty of drink. Got that I made tea for myself as well. Right. Move on. So for each one of these, any place where there's a land, I roll a d6. If I get a 1 because we're in the wilds, only a 1 in 6 chance that there's going to be some sort of point of interest there. The wilds are a lot of untapped lands. There's lots of nothing going on. Here in the hills. Right off the peninsula. Ooh, city. Well, technically, this is a settlement, so this is a village. Stamps here. Punk. And we can actually figure out the here. 750 people in it. Important for me because that determines how what kind of things they can buy, what things they can sell in a place depending on its population. Anything else I need to notes in here? No, not really. My town's just kind of a town. We can go ahead and give it a theme though. Ben's humanoid. Off my head. Go over here. Pulls that out. 3, 5, 7 area. Who's that? There's gonna be lots of saving stuff too. Doesn't really make sense. Warlock at the Fiend. Have Warlock at the Fiend being. Fifth. Round. Strike him. Yeah, I don't really see anything that jumps out at me a ton. I don't have to put anything down here. I can always just put. The theme as humanoid, which, as far as the settlement kind of goes, it's just that's not much of a theme. And I don't know which species are specifically here. Yeah, we got elves, so I could throw elves down in here. And more half elves. The only thing that's very interesting about this specific region of the world that we're messing around in is that there aren't really any humans. Humans are very rare. We're just in the very specific part of the world, and that was not by intention. That just happens to be the place that I chose. There's just not a lot of humans in this part of the world. One of the respites where humans are not dominant in this fantasy, which has been interesting to have a campaign in, especially because we only have one character who's quote unquote human. Or car, I think, but human passing. Put it that way. Oh, thank you. You love the style. Might check it out. Need to find a way to organize the world I have in my head. I want to build. It's a tornado of ideas right now, and I need to organize it. Yeah, and my general, I think the general advice for that is that use them now. If you have ideas, use them as quickly as you can before you forget them. If you can't use them right now, write them down so you will have them for later. Do you stream your games? Oh, the D&D game. No, it's an in-person D&D game. I, for a while, was over on YouTube. I did a solo game, which was very interesting. So just running by myself. which is very fun if you haven't never tried to do solo D&D before. It is a very interesting experience. It's not quite like DMing, and it's not quite like playing in the game. It's a little bit of both, and not like either one at the same time. But if you are a new dungeon master and that is something that you are considering, I do think that it is trying to play D&D or some other game. It doesn't have to be D&D. Some other sort of TTRPG by yourself. Running a solo game gives you a lot of practice as to the things that you will need to do as a dungeon master, especially when it comes to improvising and doing things like that. Like, it has been so helpful for me and helped me put together this guy, which is my dungeon master. We'd say binder, but it's actually just a folder, which gives me resources and stuff I need in here. So it gives me, you know, how to make traps really quickly, or improvised hazards, or things that wilderness dressing that they might come across. Let's say, actually, we're right here. We're in some hills. Let's say if they were traveling through the hills, it'd be like, okay, one of the things you might come across. Well, I rolled a 1. Oh, the path you're walking on has been directly blocked by a rock slide. There's been a landslide that's come down and washed and covered over the path. So now you guys are going to have to get around that. And they might be like, oh, that looks like it might be an ambush. Do they go and start looking for an ambush? I might be like, could be an ambush here. Does that seem likely? Use things like an oracle roll, which I just did. So no, it doesn't look that. It looks like it's a pretty natural landslide, but maybe if you go further up, maybe something else has caused it. Go off the rails of where the adventure is going to go see why the landslide was caused. If they do, maybe there's something up there. Maybe they check it out. Generally, if your players decide to go in a direction, you try to kind of throw stuff in front of them to be like, yeah, there is something here for them to check out, or it's a clue to something else that's going on in the area. Maybe if there's like a drakes or something in the area, they can find like scratch marks, but they don't seem to be coming and going. And you see maybe there's a whole bunch, there's not a lot of loose ground in an area that maybe looks like the survival or nature check and be like, oh, it looks like maybe all the loose ground was, or loose soil was pushed away by something like giant wings flapping. What's my thought on over preparing? Any idea on how you get around over preparing? Yeah, over preparing is very common, especially for a new dungeon master. And like I said, trying to work on the improv skills. That's why I think trying to play solo D&D or solo TTRPG helps you realize how little prep you necessarily have to do. I picked this up because I think it's got my prep in here from prep sheet from last. Maybe I might have taken it out. Okay, if I took it out, I know it. Oh, it's right here. So that is actually, I don't know how much that picks that up. If I can get it up there. No, not gonna look good on camera, is it? Yeah, that's my prep sheet for last session. It's that. It's especially slow because I'm actually already in the middle of running a little dungeon adventure for them, but that's the entirety of the dungeon adventure. The golden rule is for prepping is prep anything you're not prepared to improvise on the spot. So if there's anything specifically that you want to remember, it does look like homework. Yes, prep is. If it's anything, it's definitely homework for your D&D games. But yeah, it's just like bullet points, and I keep session logs and that kind of stuff, and scratched out stuff where I write on it. But yeah, prep anything you're not prepared to improvise. So if you're the sort of person who, like, anytime that my players ask me for an NPC name, and I always freeze, you prepare like a list of like 10 NPC names or something like that. So you'll have with you whenever somebody asks for them. If you're the sort of person, I don't generally have that problem, so I don't usually. That's one of the things that I don't usually prep. So things that I prep are like, oh, if I need to make an improvised hazard, okay, well I have a little table where I can make some improvised hazards very quickly and be like, oh, they're in this area. Is this like the rock slide? I mean, there's other rock slides in there. How do I set DCs randomly? How do I... Sometimes, like one of my favorite tables is probably in here is I have a D100 NPCs table. And that's not... They're not like fleshed out NPCs, it's just like random people you can run into. And it's mainly based, and actually it's more than 100, but it's mainly based on like their jobs or their trade. It's not really anything about like their personality or what they look like. So I do sometimes carry those as well. Use those as well. Or I'll have like 5 kind of like descriptions for NPCs that can just be slotted in for anybody they run across. If they ever ask me, you know, what does that person look like? And be like, oh, well, here's what they look like. Yeah, here we go. Here's my D100 NPCs. You guys are stopped at the landslide as you were stopping at the rock slide in the hills as you were walking. You come across there's somebody else who's already stopped there. They roll 10 and 7, which is 0-7. Which are manual laborers. So you run across some manual laborers. So there's already a group of people up here who have already been hired, probably by the local lord or whatever, to try to clear the pathway. So you see them working with shovels and picks and things like that. They're trying to pull rubble out of the road. And you can stop and help them or ask them about what's going on with them, or etc. if they know anything what caused it. That becomes your scene. If as DM I'm like, oh, I want to make sure there is something for them to latch onto, or I need to give them some sort of clue or piece of information, any sort of interaction like that's always a good way to be able to throw that in. Sometimes kind of give a small backstory to NPCs in the tavern, keep, or farmers, so it has a base for who they are. Yeah. I think it's very easy to flesh out a lot of NPCs that players won't use. There is a sort of meme that's essentially whatever NPC that you're not prepared to play is going to be the NPC that the players latch onto. Where they walk into the bar and you're like, okay, I've got that background for the barkeep. I've got something for these 2 regulars who are drinking in the, you know, boisterously off in a booth somewhere or at a table, and I know something that it's going to tell them about I got some information from the cook in the back, and then they come in, they're like, I want to talk to the random goblin you said is at the bar, and you're like, okay. that happens very, very commonly. They'll zero in on the like one NPC or the offhand thing that you said as being the important thing. So I try not to hang too many things off of ensuring that they will talk to that one person. Honestly, for a new DM and prepping and over prepping, I would probably say, I think I only have the workbook back here on my shelf, but the Revenge of the Lazy Dungeon Master is probably, or Revenge of the Lazy DM, probably the best, most succinct kind of template for prepping games or prepping sessions I've seen, and I really like it. Like Shay, big fan, been a big fan since a long time. Do I follow his stuff to prep my games? And not exactly, but the way that I prep is somewhat similar, but not. I don't necessarily follow his, what is it, like 7 steps thing for session prep. But it is a good place if you're just looking for a place to start from 0. That's a good place to start. I think it gets you quantifiable things, actionable things you can use very quickly for prep. Alright. Enough tongue wagging. Let's keep moving. Here. Nothing up here. Here. Wait. 13. Ruins. Slap some roots down. With the APL on. Actually, yeah, you know, talking about over prepping is this is a very good instance of what I'm doing right now is actually somewhat undercooking. It was kind of like par baking stuff for me to use later. If you're not familiar with par baking, it's where you can buy things like bread that's like half baked, and then you take it home and you bake it the rest of it. So it's not fully baked, but it's also not making it from scratch. This is sort of like a par baked thing. So it's like buying a pie crust that's already made for you, like a frozen pie crust. So you can make a pie rather than make the pie crust from scratch. So these points of interest aren't necessarily tied to any actual thing that's going on in the campaign right now, or necessarily any greater schemes within the world. They're just locations. It's like if I need them to go get a magic item, or I need them to deal with some sort of campaign, now I have like these dozens of different locations that I can pull from and be like, this seems like a place that might be important to whatever the current plot line is that they're dealing with. They should go check that out. Or maybe this is something that they will come across on their way. Or like with our construction up here. Like, okay, we know that this person has been last seen at this boater inn. They go to the boater inn, they see that, oh, it's been actually under repair. It's been attacked by these plants, and be like, oh, they might talk to people. Do you know what's happened to this person that they're looking for? Like, oh, they were taken by the plants, or no, that's the person who sold us the seeds or whatever. So you can kind of start tying stuff into the plot. That's kind of how I go about this. All right, so this is ruins. And let's go ahead and get a theme because I already have these up here. 1 and 7. 7 is giants. Yep. Okay. How old will these ruins be? Okay, so they're recent ruins. Recent in this context means probably within one person's lifespan. Now, in a fantasy world, that also means like elf's lifespan. So it just means that there are people living who know what happened here, so that you can go find somebody who's like a first source of truth. You don't have to have secondary sources. You can have a primary source of asking what happened here. Creators cause 2 some sort of accident. Could mean illness too. So let's go ahead and ask that. So we know could have something to do with our giant theme. Maybe. Not necessarily. Why has it not been overtaken or repaired? Go ahead and put that here, because I don't think I'm going to be answering that. Taken, repaired. We also need to know what type of ruin it is. 12, 2d10 combined. All right, so it's going to be a hold heap of some type, probably. Okay, so it's going to be like a fully isolated fortification. And I guess we could just ask, is this a giant's hold? No. Okay, so it's not a giant's hold. Okay, so it's isolated homestead. Makes things a little bit more complicated. So because it's a keep and an isolated homestead, it is for sure. It sure would have like a hamlet attached to it. Is that still here? Yes. Okay. And then is it people? Yeah, probably. Okay. And hamlet can have. I mean. 7, say, round up, we'll say 170. Perfect. You've heard to have set goals for sessions, at least 3 per session, that the player should complete to further the story. I don't. I do like that. I don't hate that. I do like it. I do think that this is one of those things where it needs to be like flexible a little bit, because one of the things that I find is that the players will never approach things or solve things the way that you think that they're going to solve them. That's such a common thing as a dungeon master. Is it? So one of the things that I always like to say about key to good dungeon mastering is not to set problems in front of your players, because problems by their nature have a solution. It means they have like one correct way to do this. Instead, I try to think when I'm setting stuff in front of my players, I try to set obstacles in front of them, and they can overcome those obstacles by going over them, under them, around them, or through them. I don't care how they get past the obstacle. The obstacle is just something that's in their way. So that's one of the things where I think goals can tend into that sort of problem solution binary, which I don't think is great. But I do like the idea of being like, here are things that I want them to get a hold of, and I want them to complete during the session, or where I'm kind of expecting them to do. Another thing that's really important that I know Fly Flourish, Mike Shea talks about a lot, is that your control of a session starts very strong. You have the most control as a dungeon master over a session of D&D by setting the first scene as to when the game is going to start. Once the game starts, most of the choices are going to be made by people other than you at the table. They're going to make choices, and they're going to go in whatever direction feels right for them. And you can try to guardrail them a little bit, try to keep them focused and going down the way, kind of like bumpers on a bowling lane, and try to like keep them corralled, but you don't want to sort of pull them by the nose down the path. And this is the elf area, so elf lifetime or human. Yeah, definitely not human lifetime. But yeah, so when you're talking about a primary source of truth, you're talking about people. You can easily find somebody who was alive when this thing happened. When this place was ruined, and they may or may not know about it. You might be able to find survivors here. Certainly, we've got a hamlet here that has a population of 270. Certainly, probably some of these people were alive whenever this place was ruined. We can tell you exactly what happened here. But if this was an ancient ruin, that would probably not be the case. I mean, that there are people living here, but none of those people know anything about what happened here. They're just moved into the area. Okay, so I think we found everything we need off of this one. So let's go over to... I want to do Isolated Homestead first. So we know the giant is our theme, so let's roll a 6. A neutral civilized monster. Is that a giant? That seems extremely likely. It for sure is. But we said it wasn't a giant's keep. Okay, so that doesn't... giant's kin. So this could be Goliath. I like that. Like a Goliath area. A half giants. I'm gonna say Goliath. This is for sure Goliath ruins, which I do know are in this area. There's not a lot of them, so finding a settlement of them is actually makes this place stand out, because there's not a ton of them in this area of the world. More than there are humans, but not a ton. But we did roll neutral civilized monster, and they are technically not monsters. You know what? Let's go to the bestiary and see what it throws for us. Am I overthinking at this point? Almost certainly. Well, that's okay. So I want something that's giant themed, but not. Right. Ooh, a troll. That would be a fun one. Maybe not the troll mutate. Little giant sub chief. Yeah. Bagman. Scrag. You think the scrag? I think that image of the scrag is just the troll. No, we've updated the troll image. The aquatic troll would be fire giant servant. Here's the problem: when you do giants, most things are going to be giant. Mario would be pretty dope. Yeah, so maybe these are like former servants to a giant who used to live up in that place on the hill. They don't anymore. Overthinking is the DM's best friend and worst friend. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes it's like, I have spent too much time thinking about it. It's not that serious. This isn't even really in the game yet. I don't have to worry. I don't have to. One of the things that is helpful for me working on this stuff is like, I don't have to figure this out now. I do not have to figure this out now. Can you pitch the starting session you want to give the players? It's going to be a time kind of game. So time travel stuff. Ooh. You're a new DM and you're going to go hard for time travel. Okay. Yeah, you can pitch me on it. Time travel is playing in the fourth dimension, being time, makes life a lot more complicated. I say that as somebody who is playing in a game currently with my friend who's DMing it, and most of the game has happened under the water, and just having to do fights where you have to include elevation for every single fight, he is very much over it. We've been playing this for a while. He's just like, man, it's such a pain. Every time I have to think about the Z-axis and where people are in relation up and down. So adding time to that is already, but there is cool Echo Knight stuff, and that's very timey-wimey, multiverse kind of stuff. So yeah, interesting. Yeah, go ahead and pitch me. I would be wary of doing time travel stuff. And have played in games in which time travel stuff does happen. And being like, within minutes being like, the things here are really difficult to figure out for the DM. He's like, you're making things difficult for me. I know, I'm sorry. Who I am. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. I'm just trying to make it make sense to me. Ooh, a Cyclops. Yes, I like a Cyclops. Ooh, a Cyclops. Alright, so recent, I guess, Cyclopean ruins. You know, we'll put those giant and slash skeleton. I like it. Apparent cause accident for these ruins. Maybe the place just tumbled down. Is that what we're thinking? I'm gonna ask the Oracle. The place just tumbled down? No, absolutely not. Okay. This place is in... It is ruined, though. But it just didn't tumble down. You know, we are in that sort of like coastal marsh area. This place is probably sunken into like the foundation of the building is probably the issue here. I'm gonna for sure guess that is the issue. Oop. Okay. out of here. We popped out for a second. We're back. And yeah, so yeah, let's go with that. We'll say tumbled. Tumbled into the water. Or maybe just partially. I like it being just partially underwater. Especially for it being Cyclopean, so it's going to be like a massive structure for Cyclops. Which, that's going to be a super fun adventure site to have, like this massive tower, whatever it is, that is partially underwater. That can be really fun. And I've played an adventure with a similar like tower that was in a marshland that was partially underwater. And that was fun to do, scaled for the adventurers. Now I'm trying to think of what if it was essentially, because go from that to giant, even though Cyclops is huge. All right, so whatever our scale is times 9 essentially. Wow, that means that we can put like all sorts of like big underwater beasties in there too. Put sharks and stuff in there. Not just have to use like quippers or like piranha kind of style creatures. That'll be super fun. And now it just makes me want to run this. Creative a reason for them to go there and go through this place. But let's finish out. So we did our isolated homestead. We know who's there. Do our holding. We need D6. Going to twice. We're gonna take the lower. Alright, we still got 4. Alright, so it's a keep with the Bailey, Moat and Ditch. I guess it probably would have been a moat. With moat. How about that? With moat. Alright, so we don't need the giant theme anymore because giant. So there might be a dead Cyclops in there. Could be an undead Cyclops, a drowned Cyclops in there. That could also be fun. Could also be really fun. Like it. Now I assume that this guy was independent. Actually, it's almost assuredly that this guy was not part of the Caliphate, which is this entire area that we're working on. I can't imagine this guy was part of the kingdom. And we already do have a nice cornerstone to latch onto to anchor us in the current campaign, where there are giant ruins already all over the place. So I assume that this was an independent person. If not, might have been part of an old guard, might have been part of the old giant guard. Independent, almost assuredly. Yeah, okay. We'll say Baron. big quotation marks. Keeping Bailey with moat. Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. Probably more detail than I needed to put into it, but how it is. Let's see. Okay, so you gave me the thing. I want to finish this hex first, and then I'll take a look at that, and we'll read it over. All right, Nightmare. Just want to knock this out real quick. Probably aren't going to have a lot of these guys. There. We're gonna have something here. Now, hopefully, it shouldn't be nearly as in depth as that last one was. Okay, but we are gonna have something here. We're gonna have roll to 6. We're gonna have some sort of dungeon or lair. Okay, so we got a classic dungeon here. The theme. So in this case, the theme is probably going to tell us what this monster is. 3, which is going to be something in the natural world. 9. Ah, we just missed dragon. That's going to be elemental. That's alright. Fun to have a dragon, but you can do. It's true. It is the theme. I could technically go for the villain and be like. We'll just keep it simple for now. Unless I roll something weird here. Okay, so it is complex. Here's the type. The place where people work. So we'll roll again for the theme and see if we come up with something different. Alright. This time we are going to get a dragon. What makes more sense? Make more sense for there to be a dragon who's taken over an existing complex, or elementals that have taken over an existing dragon complex. I think that latter is honestly more likely. So I think that is the case. So we know that this is a coastal thing, so it's probably going to be either black or green dragon, most likely. Kind of cave. Probably black, because they're usually swampy wetlands. But green. Always get those two confused. I think black is acid. Green is forest. Alright, got stuff in here? Sort of occupation? Yeah, I didn't. Oh, yep, sure is occupied. And it's fully occupied, which means there are people living here. Now we know that that's going to put us. Roll again. Oh, actually, I did. I got 73. Okay. 07. So not a lot of people here. There are some people here. Under the yoke of whatever these. Alright, so we know that we're gonna need a capstone monster. We're gonna need an elemental to go in here. And I guess we could roll a d6. Okay, so this is going to be. You go ahead and put the APL, that's average party level, at 6. We can zoom in here. The Mist Hulk. Oh, that's cool. I like it already. Merfolk Wavebenders. Ooh, also very good. So very good. You look dirt. They're pretty dumb though, aren't they? No, they got like humanoid sets. It could be fun to have a rock man in the water. Your pyromancer. Animated breath. I don't know. Mist Hulk or the Wavebender. Which one do I want? I'm just gonna roll. If I roll low, it's gonna be that Mist Hulk. I rolled high. Okay, so it's gonna be Merfolk Wavebender. Which makes sense because they're a little bit medium, they're a little bit more humanoid-esque, so it makes sense that they might be lording over these people. Standard people. Sir DM, can I not roll perception? I want to miss the key hit and make a wildly incorrect assumption. Yeah, absolutely. I choose to fail. I can always choose to fail. I choose to not be paying attention. Alright. Yeah, no, I like this. This will be fun. We're gonna say this. Lost is kind of, why is this place ruined? You know what? I have a table for this. I don't know why I'm not using the table. We have our ruins or remains table. Let's use our remains. The same table. We'll roll a 2d6 on here and choose one we like. Abandoned works. Yeah. And we'll just put on here. Why? Why was this abandoned by the dragon? I don't know. I don't have to figure that out now. That's for later me if I ever run this area to come up with. I don't have to know what that is. Keep moving. I rolled a d10. I need to roll. Alright. Nothing there. There. D6. Now I'm going to roll all the points of interest. Before I wasn't rolling any. Now I'm going to roll all of them because now we're trying to get to your starting session. So of course now I'm going to roll all the interruptions to get there. Okay, treasure rumor. Okay, there's some rumored treasure here. How old is this rumor? Old rumor. Treasure location 712. Okay. The old. I guess I could just say relic. Old relic. Treasure rumor. And our status. Oh, 1. 1 means that this rumor is fake. Somebody has made up this rumor. It's fake. So now we ask, is there an ambush? Sometimes a nice way to turn this on its head. Try to remind. Generally, as I'm running games, try to remind my players is like, look, you are talking to people pretending like these are real people. They do not necessarily have all the truth at their fingertips. They're telling you things that other people have told them. Some of those things may or may not be true. They might think that they're true and they're not be true. So they're not lying to you, but they also aren't telling you something that's true. So every once in a while, you're just gonna get bad information. So if you guys decide to go track down this old relic, you find out that it wasn't a real rumor, this was a false rumor. The question is there an ambush here? Alright, so I rolled no. So this is just some stuff that people made up. Or it's one of those things where it's like there's an outfitter who sells gear to adventurers in the area, and they've manufactured some sort of myth about something going missing. Or it's like an Amelia Earhart situation. It's like, yep, something happened to her. And we think here-ish, but we actually don't have any proof that shows that it was here-ish. But if you're going that way, I've got a whole bunch of adventuring supplies you could buy. You need to rent a boat while you're out there to go and look around. Well, I got a boat you could rent. Guides you take with you who can try to help you find this place. Stuff like that. This also might just be a fake rumor that has something to do with that old dragon's lair that's right next to it. Right next to it. It's 10 miles away. Yeah. So sometimes the rumors are just false. Sometimes people just don't know. They know nothing. There. Ugh. Another point of interest. Now suddenly I'm gonna roll all the points of interest. 7. Is 7. Another meeting place. Here. Meeting places are a very interesting point of interest. It's just like, this is an area where sometimes if you go by, people will be meeting there, and sometimes it's like a standing stone circle, like a Stonehenge kind of thing, or some other type of hinge. Doesn't have to be stone. Like, oh, this is a very special place where people can meet and talk about things. This is a tribal moot or something like that. Other times it's just like, hey, you know, this is a place where people meet. It could be like the village greens or something. Just like, sometimes there are people here. Essentially what it is. Sometimes they're here to do something. Okay, what's our age? 3. Okay, so this is recent. I guess the easiest way to do it is he recently found it. Better word. How often do people meet here? 4 weekly. So you're pretty likely to come across people if you come here. And we'll roll 2d6. Type 2 and 3. So it could be a trading post or crossroads market. Well, if we got trading post and market and fair, it does seem like it's just a fairgrounds. And then we can roll for sort of, is there a settlement here? It's pretty recently established, so not necessarily. Oh, there's monsters here. We haven't done a theme yet, so it should help us with that theme. Ooh, 118. What is it? What's on the high end? Oh no. Oh no, there's undead. There are undeads at the weekly market. Alright, so there are a bunch of, weekly market ground, recently founded. We're in this area where a bunch of drowned sailors can come up. There's a lot of places for ships to run aground in this area. A lot of shoals and things like that, coral, reefs, etc. based off of where we are in the world. There's a lot of drowned sailors out there. Sometimes they just wander their way up to the market cross, and get a little nibble on the local townsfolk. Alright, so we've got an undead occupation. Well, that's not great for us. It's really not. Alright, let's go 2d8. People we can commonly come across here. Okay. Foragers, herders, hunters, trappers, all of those make sense. 8. Traders, monsters, warband. If it's occupied, that means that the monsters, the undead, are there all the time. So I don't want to do monsters, warband. Also, traders would be there pretty regularly because it's a weekly meeting, though it is new. Let's go with foragers, herders, hunters, and trappers. Which in this case is probably there's going to be a bunch of fishers there. Do 1 in chance to encounter again, this is just hoping to spark me ideas. It doesn't mean necessarily that there's going to be foragers or herders or hunters or trappers there. It just means like there's going to be somebody who from that line of work. Like I said, it's probably going to be fishers, most likely. fishmongers, things like that. Chance you might run across. Maybe crane fishers. It's sort of common travel, and that's in addition to just the common folk from the area who are there. Probably coming down from the village here. Let's put a let. That's 1, 2, 4. So it'll take them 3 or 4 days there. So really, by the time you do the return trip, you would have to be continuously cycling there to do a weekly thing to get there. Those might not be the people in the area, but we can always say meeting place. So I'm doing a lot of assuming there that there is one faction or there are multiple there. Which could be the merfolk. Wavebender could have people there. And so we'll just ask, is it like one group of people? You know what? I'm not going to ask that. It's a market. There's always going to be lots of weird different people there. I don't need to ask that. Move on. Alright. 2 more. Come on. Alright. There. We finally made it through. We have not been doing that many points of interest, but we had a lot of ground, which means we rolled a lot of D10s. And we got quite a few here going on here. We got 1, 2, 3. And these points of interest were a little bit more involved than we've been dealing with. Let's see. So we'll move on to the next one, but not before I read the thing that I said was great. Okay. For the starting session, the players are going to be max level 15 plus. Oh, okay. And I'll have them all roll a d20. If they roll lower than the number they are downed, or have like 5 HP left, not sure yet. They roll for what spell slot they got left. If spell users, and after fighting the BB for maybe 3 turns, they realize this battle doesn't matter, or they can't win it when the BBG turns this machine on that sends them back in time. They all wake up in the tavern, I know, sitting at a table. They are all at level 5 again, and it gives them a thought. Should I make my character differently? Find clues to find out who that person was, just to start. Any input would help. I'll be honest that I'm not a super huge fan of unwinnable battles. I don't generally like that. Another problem is that if you're assuming that the BBG is going to be able to do something during combat, that is a very large assumption. Because they could have a spell slot left, and one bad save can undo this entire thing. They're level 15th. Depending on the BBEG, they can just go, I'm going to give you a very easy way that this will get effed up really quickly. Okay, this happens. They go, it's the sorcerer's turn, or wizard, or whoever it is. They're like, cool, it's my turn. I only got like the 1 slot left. I cast banishment on the bad guy. He fails to save. Cool, he's gone for a minute. Cool, we're going to completely destroy this machine. It is going to send us back in time. And now the premise is kind of undone. I'm also probably not going to be happy if I make a 15th level character and then I realize I have to go back and make a 5th level character. If I don't get to play the 15th level character. This is not your fault. This is a very, very, very common like new DM thing. It's like I have a really cool idea that it requires me on my players not interrupting my plans. And if that's the case, you should just narrate that as the opening. I would narrate that as the opening of as part of like a session 0 if I was going to do that. They'd be like, okay, it's session 0. I want everybody to choose their ancestry and their background. Don't worry about the class yet. Actually, I might have them go ahead and choose class. And even before they roll any ability scores or anything like that, just have them be like, okay, I think I'm going to play a dwarf with the acolyte background, and I'm going to be, was gonna say ranger. Yeah, why would you play a ranger? Rangers are awful. Acolyte background. Maybe we're gonna make a warlock. Yeah, I want to make this dwarf acolyte warlock. I've got this idea. Maybe they got like kicked out of their seminary or wherever they were studying to become sort of like part of member of the cloth, and they got kicked out, but they got reached out to by some other sort of powerful entity. In exchange, made a compact for power. Cool, I like this idea. Everybody kind of starts to think about the characters they're going to play, and then I start narrating it. Like, okay, we jump in here. This is what happens. That guy, you are in, come so far, you've come so long to figure out how to deal with this threat. This end of the campaign, you're here. I probably go around each player and be like, and this is where I start taking notes. You tell me about one obstacle that you overcame, that you led the group to overcome in the journey to get here. They give you something, you're like, cool, now I know that's going to be a major challenge in the campaign, and I write that down. What do? That was a major challenge in the campaign, I'm going to write that down, and now I can create a scenario for that. You're just literally having the players giving you the adventures that you're going to run. Okay, going to have that. Next one, alright, we're going to have that. I write those down. Great. I would have like everybody, I might have them roll initiative, and it's like, don't worry about it, it's just a flat d20 to see when you go. Let them narrate what they do. It's very loosey-goosey. Let them know it's like, look, this is not a mechanical thing, this is very much a narrative story thing. Tell me about what you would do, how you would bring ruin upon this BBEG. Tell them about maybe something that they've done to make this BBEG important to them. Again, you might do another round where you ask them, going through that, and you might do 2 or 3 rounds where you ask them some questions. Be like, okay, how does BBEG impact your character? Like, a backstory element, is it a member of your family? Is it something that they did to you that makes this personal for you? Tell you that, great. And by the end of that, you're going to end up with like 8 different adventures that you already know to plan for your campaign. And then it's going to get back to that BBEG's turn as they're and narrate them wailing on this BBEG, and they reach out and use that last ounce of power they have, and they essentially reverse Samurai Jack the PCs. Instead of throwing them into the future, Aku throws them into the past, back to where they were. Back to an area, but now they have some of that knowledge, and then there's going to be some temporal distortion and be like, things seem familiar to you, but not quite as you remember it. Might even at this point, instead of being time travel, being like, they've flung you back in time, but it can't possibly be the same time because you have memories of things that have happened in the future. So this is already a fork off of that future. So things are going to be different. It's very very Starfield-esque, like the Bethesda game. You're like, everything's the same, but things are different on this run. That would be probably how I would try to do that if I was going to set up this game. Because I wouldn't have them spend a bunch of time making 15th level characters and be like, cool, thanks for making a character. You'll never get to play this character for a while. Instead, you're going to play 5th level characters and be like, ugh, okay. So yeah, I would use the narrative work. I'd come up with 2 or 3 questions that I want to do that'll feel like a pretty consistent combat. You can have them roll as if they're taking away hit points. The hit points probably won't matter. It's kind of a narrative thing. But, you know, if they want to. And if you are going to have them roll, make something else happen. Like maybe you can also reverse and be like, instead of the bad guy throwing them back in time, the bad guy throws himself back in time. So now they are compelled to follow the bad guy back in time, not understanding that that is the thing that de-levels them. And now you can't do the same thing because the BBEG knows all your moves. So anything that you knew before, and now the BBEG is way more powerful, and they're actively looking for you guys because they know you guys can stop them if they leave you alone. Totally different setup. Kind of the same campaign, though. Make sure you're feeling very active in that campaign if you want to do it that way. Different setup, but yeah, I would think something along those lines. Because I think if you leave it up to chance, chances are it will not go down how you want it to go down. That tends to be how that works. So you got to kind of bulletproof it against the players. If you're going to have the players do stuff, then you're leaving a lot of random. You're leaving a lot to the random chance of the dice, and the dice are likely to be unkind to you, and are likely to be kind to your players. So those are my thoughts. Hopefully that was helpful. All right, we're gonna do at least one more of these, but to tell you what, do it. Look at my clock because I gotta do something else. I've got to give my dog some medicine, but I could wait just a little bit and give it to him, and then I'll probably do a refill up on my coffee, and then we'll work a little bit more. But as usual, if you guys have questions, go ahead and drop them in the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to probably turn the mic off again and kind of work through this last one. Hey, how are you doing, Water Paint? You're DMing a 9-player campaign. That's too many players. And it's your first campaign. That's definitely too many players. And some of your players don't really take it seriously. Oh, you're 14, yeah. You want the campaign to last about a year, and it's based around Avatar The Last Airbender. Ah, that's nice. And get the 100 years in the future, I want to know how I should plan it. We've done one session where the players have been introduced to the world. They're currently a market nation that's built entirely on water. Oh, let's see. They're level 1, and I want to go to about level 15-ish. Ooh, okay. Within a year, that's a big clip. It's a brisk pace. Yeah. I understand. I understand. I just understand your pain. Hopefully, you can get somebody interested enough that maybe you guys can split into maybe 2 groups. It sounds you guys definitely have enough people. You have 9 players, and it's you. That's 2 5-people groups. Get somebody to do that. Speaking of which, one moment, please. They make an Avatar role-playing game. If you're interested in doing that inside of D&D, that might be easier if you're wanting to play Avatar. This was a quick start booklet. I think you can download this as like a PDF probably from their site, because this one's set in the Korra era. So they have different ones for different eras of the universe. This is from Magpie Games, Magpie Games. So, if you want to play Avatar, they've got all the Avatar. It's like fully licensed. So they're trying, if you're interested in that, so that way you don't have to like try to force something like D&D to work the way that you want it to work. There's a full system, and like I said, I'm pretty sure you can get this PDF off their website now. Probably not this nice printed out version. This is also the quick start, but it's the free RPG day special one. But you can go grab that. That might make your life a little easier. If you're trying to do that you're trying to homebrew D&D into Avatar in addition to trying to run for 9 people, in addition to trying to do 15 levels in a year. You have put a massive thing in front of you. if I want to be truly honest, it's going to depend on how often you guys play, but even playing like once a week, that's a lot of games. Yeah, okay, so yeah, most of your friends haven't watched it. Really into the theme, a lot of players like the idea. Alright, cool. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, roll back up. And where was I? Yeah, and I think I would agree. I would agree bringing it down from level 15. I think probably trying to play a campaign between maybe like levels 3 and 9 is a lot more reasonable. Try to figure that out, and that gives you them leveling up maybe like every, what, that's so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Every 2 sessions, that would give you 12 sessions, 12 to 13 sessions, which is pretty reasonable time to do. They only spend about 2 sessions per level, 2 to 3 sessions per level. You could probably get that within a year. Also, you don't have to worry about the weird mid to high curve high curve of D&D upper levels where things get really wonky really quickly and it's exceptionally hard to DM. So it'll kind of keep you in an area which is a little bit more play tested. The rules function a little bit better within those levels, while still giving you kind of those key things that people really love about the D&D that really hits in those. Like 3 to 7 is kind of like the peak level of D&D levels where people like to play. So if you go from 3 to 9, that'll give them kind of the top end and gives you a lot of things that you can kind of max out on for the end of the campaign. So yeah, if you want to do where you spend like, depends if you want to spend it all in like one nation or you want to jump around a bunch of nations. Oh, and only 2 of your players have properly played before. Yeah, you have dug yourself a deep hole. So let's try to push some dirt back in it. Yeah, because you're going to be trying to manage Avatar. You're going to be trying to manage the campaign. You're also trying to manage people who have not played before. That's a lot of stuff. And you're trying to, and you've given yourself this year deadline. I'd say pivot. I like this all. You're also doing it with a bunch of people who have not tested, didn't play D&D or something like that before. So my recommendation would be to run sort of like a test session. I'd run a one-shot first. Be like, hey, here's one adventure just to like teach everybody the basics of how to play. Like the core mechanics. Like we roll the d20, we add this modifier, teach them advantage, disadvantage, what the ability scores are, that stuff. So I would do that first. And because the chances are with like 9 players, I would expect, anywhere from 2 to 5 of them may just go like, oh, I understand this and this was fun. I don't want to do this. I don't want to sign up to do this every week for the rest of my life or for the next year. So yeah. So I would say do like a 1 or 2 shot. 2 shots are really nice. So something that you can run between 2 different sessions. Oh, you've run the 1 shot. Okay, and taught them stuff. Depends on how much they can be bothered. Okay, yeah. I would say you can really hurt yourself as a DM if you put a lot of investment into your game that your players aren't going to fill your cup back up with their interest in the game. One of the secrets of being a dungeon master, or things that you learn through experience, is that nobody will care more about your campaign than you do. Nobody will care more about your world than you do, and that's just, it comes with the territory. So you have to find enjoyment in it beyond their enjoyment and engagement with it. Yeah, I mean, you may just have a group of people who are not interested. They might just be, you might have what we call or used to call, I guess people don't use that term as much anymore, a beer and pretzels game, where people are like, I want to show up and kick down doors and kill orcs in a D&D context. So basically, I want to kick down doors and do elemental-based kung fu at people. So I'd keep it probably pretty light. I don't think I would try not to do a really deep, satisfying narrative. I don't think you're gonna. Doesn't sound like maybe you have the group of people who are gonna be interested in it. They're gonna be interested in it for the fun things. They're gonna roll dice and they want to do cool stuff. Everybody, they want to have cool characters that do cool stuff. So focus on that. I'd also probably say don't focus as much on individual PCs and probably their backstories because you have so many. So I'd probably be like, whatever they have, they need some cohesive thing to keep them together. But other than that, so whether they're all from the same village, which is unlikely if you're playing an Avatar system, probably everybody wants to be a different type of bender. You might set it up, it's like some sort of like annual bender competition or festival or something like that, where some of the best and brightest new benders are coming in to show off their prowess. Sort of like a mini Avatar Olympics kind of situation. Do that, and then you can have some kerfluffle happen during that, and that's kind of your moment for these people to be taken off. Maybe there's some sort of something that takes off maybe more experience, like adult benders off. And so, if we want to go full Avatar, and it's like we have to rely on the sort of like teen, because the adults are off doing something else very, very important at that time, and so nobody else is there to do it except for the kids. So maybe something like that. They're all from their own nations. Yeah, so I think the Olympics setup is probably how I would go with it. And so that'll be the galvanizing event, I think, that will try to push them together. Iron Sovereignty wants to take over the world. That makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that. That sounds good. I like it. A relic from each nation to rewrite reality. Interesting. Like a full piece of like Avatar regalia, like some sort of like I'm thinking of like Aang's staff / glider thing. And then you need a little piece of it that from different elements from different nations that focuses on different things. Not necessarily different elements, but different nations, especially in the Avatar world, are known for very specific things. The key to the time chamber, or whatever, however you want to frame it. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I think everybody each one of your players being from a different area means that they each know that specific nation's legend as to where this piece of this relic is held. And so you can get their buy-in on that. So yeah, maybe something like that. But yeah, it sounds like you've got some fuck around friends, and that's not a bad thing. When we play D&D with all kinds of people, it's not that bad. It's just that they're not probably going to meet you on the narrative level that it sounds like you won, and they're just not going to do that. And you can keep smashing your head against the wall trying to get them to do that, but they're probably not going to do that. So just kind of meet them where they are. You focus on trying to make sure that you give the opportunity for the characters to be able to, your players to make their characters look cool in every session, and they will be happy for you to kind of like lead them down the path of whatever game you want to play, and give them a little bit where they can like put some input in, like you help me come up with the legend as to where your nation's relic piece is and what that's about, and like maybe what kind of challenges might be geared towards that, and try to make most of the challenges for that, if it's a classic dungeon or whatever it is more heavily skewed towards what that specific character is good at. Not they can go do it by themselves, but is like, oh, if you have somebody who's more dexterous, then there's going to be a lot of like acrobatic stuff, and there's going to be more stealth stuff and things like that, sleight of hand things. Whereas somebody who's maybe, stronger is going to have a lot more like melee combat stuff, a lot of athletics, climbing and jumping and swimming, etc. You want to get another group for D&D, but it's not a thing that a lot of people play. Yeah, I understand that. I deeply understand that. I used to live in a place growing up where D&D just wasn't a thing. So I very much understand that. I feel that deep and personally. Well, if you have 3 players that are really into it and really take part of it, yeah, I'd be like, that's probably going to be your core group. So if you have 3 of those players, I'd kind of focus in on them. Be like, these are the people I want to make sure stick around my table. I'm going to add a little bit more focus on, and the others are probably going to drop off, honestly. It is just what it happens. You don't have to push them away. They will probably end up making that decision. Yeah, they just come for the mess around aspect. Hey, how are you doing, Cole? Nice to see you. But yeah, I think that would be my advice. So don't sweat it too much. Figure out how often you're going to play. That can help you plan how many actual sessions you want to get, and then from there, what your level up is going to be. Like I said, I would think that 3 to 7, 3 to 9 is probably a good place in there, depending on how many sessions you want per level. I think that would do it. And you can plan it back that way. My advice would be like, what will end up happening is that you'll probably miss a session or something, and you'll be like, oh, now we're behind. If that's the case, a good piece of Dungeon Master advice is to cut from the middle. So you want to make sure that you have that nice payoff at the end of the campaign. So you don't want to cut from the end. You want to cut from the middle where they are. So it's like, oh, well, this time what I had planned to be like 2 sessions is actually just going to be 1 session. What I planned to be 1 session is really going to be more like a half a session. And you know which players are going to be more invested in stuff. So those are the ones where are the ones that you probably want to keep as whole as you can, and you can kind of cut from some of the other players' stuff, and because they're probably not going to care about it as much. You're good. You're kind of a new player to D&D. Hey, that's great. Congratulations. It is a extremely fun hobby, and I hope you are enjoying it as much as I enjoy it. If you enjoy it half as much as I enjoy it, I think you'll have found a very fulfilling hobby. Or at least that's been my experience. Okay, to finish this one out, we have an inn. We know that it's occupied by plants. We can figure out the plant creatures, I guess. Don't necessarily need to know it. I'm assuming that they're probably going to be vegapygmies. Or they could be blights. I should put that in here. Lights? Question mark? That's our plant theme. I guess we don't have to do that. We already have that. There could be an inn that's been fully made by plants. That would be very cool. But we do know that these are occupied, in this sense, usually means by monsters, which means they're going to be aggressive to people here, which is why there's 1 in 6 chance we're going to encounter adventurers, guards, or mercenaries who are staying here or attacking it or whatever. And we've got one more we need to check for to see if we have a point of interest in this last hex right here. And we do not. So that's it for this row. Woo! Go down to the next row, which I've already filled out some of our more robust. We're back. We're here. Okay, so we're actually, I don't know why I moved it, because we're going right here. Oh, you're playing an elf rogue. Nice. Good choice. I like me an elf. I've been playing, I have a friend, and we're playing in a campaign where we actually had an entire party of elves, and we didn't realize how exactly, even though we've been playing 5th edition for a while now, 2024, how exactly OP it is to have an all-elf party. Being able to have an extra 4 hours per day to do stuff and or travel or to do just downtime activities is extremely powerful. And it was very fun to play in an all-elf party and be like, oh, everybody else is asleep. I guess we go and we work on stuff, or we do downtime because we're just waiting for shops to open, or the Baron to wake up, or whatever it is. So we have a bunch of times we could do a bunch of crafting and stuff like that. That normally in a group you would always have like one person who's trying to craft and the other people will be like, ugh. But when everybody's an elf, everybody has like 4 hours each day if they're not actively traveling, do stuff. And if they are active traveling, where they get so much further because they have so much more time to travel. Very interesting. Before I head into this next hex, though, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break. I got to give my dog some medicine, and got to refill my coffee cup. So hang around. We're going to keep doing this, but I have to go do that. Hold on. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I'm back. Got some goofy. Oh, thanks. So you think it's sick. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Love doing this stuff. And thank you for the subs. Yeah, I appreciate that. This is actually this is actually my second channel, at least on YouTube. The other one, my Red Ragged Fiend channel, is actually where I do most stuff. Usually I do streams on Saturdays. But yeah, been trying to do more stuff kind of over here. Well, all right, from Cole. I just recently learned that I haven't been adding my proficiency bonus. Yeah, you gotta add the proficiency bonus. Yeah. Total of +9 to hit on my dagger and short bow instead of just +7. Oh, you're already at +7, so you got magic items as well? Or what level? Because to have a +7 bonus, you should already be. Yeah, +2 magic weapon, I assume. Yeah, proficiency bonus. Everything that you're trained in. So that goes for skills too. Any of those skills that you're in. Wow, you already have a. No magic. How are you getting that? It'll be 5. Where are the other 2 coming from? Oh, 3. Okay. Okay. I was like, what the math work? But okay, that makes more sense. Am I also streaming on TikTok? No, I haven't been streaming on TikTok. At least not yet. Might be something I'm interested in doing in the future. But currently, not right now. Most of the success on the different platforms I've tried, it seems like YouTube is generally the one that gets me the most attention. So that's where my focus had been previously. What I'm trying to do, one of the things that I'm doing with this is trying out Restream, which allows me to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, which made things more helpful. Yeah, stream on YouTube and Twitch. Man, that math sounds funny to me. I don't know how you get to how you're getting to a +9, because you should have +4. You're level 3, so either a +4 or a +5 for your dex. You got it. You got there. TikTok to Twitch. You got it. Yeah, no, but +5 from your ability score, 2 for your proficiency, so that should be 7. Yeah, your dex is 20 plus. Oh, yeah, if you guys are doing rolls. Yeah. If you get that a natural try 6 off the bat, and get the +2 for being an elf. I gotcha. All right, well, depends if you're doing 5e or 2024 rules. That's where those ability score bonuses come from now. I'm just trying to figure out where you're picking up the extra +2 from. All right. Moving on. So, if you guys are wondering why I'm rolling stuff and just going along and not doing anything with it, each one of these little hexes I go across, I'm rolling a die. We're in the wilderness area of the world. This world is massive, by the way. I can zoom out on the map to show you really quick. This is not the world. This is a small piece of the world. Hexes within hexes is hexception. This is our county hex area. So this is all just one nation controls this area. But we are in what I call the wilds or wilderness area. So when we're in the wilderness area, there's only a 1. Only when I roll a 1 is there something going to be there. On a nice light blue water hex like this that I'm currently highlighting, I need to roll a 1 on a d10. If it's a piece of land, it's a 1 on a 6. So I'm just rolling dice and not coming up with anything. That's why. 6. Nada. It's all just custom homebrew stuff I've made over years. This is by no means the perfect way to do it, or even probably the best way to do it. This is just the way that I do it. Don't think that you need to follow this or have some sort of like crazy system set up. That's a me thing. That's the way I gotta do it. That's how my brain works. You ain't gotta do it that way. Two, three. Go. We rolled a 1. 20. Alright, so we got a 2. So I know a 2. A holding. Off my head. I need right here. Drop him in. Skill 0510. This can be a holding. Up over here. Holding or fortification. And let's roll a d10. I think this may actually be the first holding we've rolled today. That's insane. That's insane. First one. I guess it makes sense. Just haven't rolled a ton of them. Yeah. All right. So let's roll a d10. All right. I got a 5, so this is gonna be a Crown Regent. I think the Crown Regent stuff is still stuff I'm working on, so I don't think it's here. So at the county level, so I'm gonna roll 6 and take the lower. Doesn't matter. They're both 5. So we're gonna have a keep. Inner and outer Baileys. And I mean, I guess there's no reason not to have rather than a ditch. You think this is why I'm not the DM? No. Trust me, it is unlikely that most people's dungeon masters are doing anything like this. And also, the stuff that I'm doing right now is not actual session prep. It's world building stuff. It's for the overarching campaign, but it's not stuff that like I need to do for my next session. They're in the middle of a dungeon crawl, so I don't really have anything I got to prep this week. And also, we have bad weather coming in. Well, honestly, right now it's starting to change and come in. Because of that, we canceled our in-person game. So this is just world building for future. I just don't have any actual session prep I need to work on right now. So I am indulging myself by doing some world building for, honestly, kind of world building sake. Yeah, 0 degrees right now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's starting to roll in for me. I can see outside, like I can already tell from earlier on in the stream, is like you can definitely tell the light has changed. Clouds have rolled in. It's gonna start getting dark. I'll probably have to turn on another light soon. Depending on how much further I'm gonna stream. Getting really close, so that kind of makes me want to push to the end, but we'll see how I feel. Next session's tomorrow. Nice. Be the sneaky elf. Nice. Now let's see. The last elf rogue I played was a dirty cop named Wicker. He's a fun character. Dirty cop. He got thrown in prison. Because we started it like a classic Bethesda game, in which you're going to start off in prison. Classic Elder Scrolls. Alright, so we got that. We need to know what's going on settlement-wise. Okay, so no settlement. Generally I make a settlement, so it's a little weird to not have it, but normally if this was the case I might scale it down. Might make more sense, so I'm going to do that instead. Okay. About 25 people here. A lot of people. Now, this is a water hex, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this heap or whatever is underwater. It might be underwater. It doesn't have to be underwater. I remember that these hexes at this point are 10 nautical miles wide, which is a little bit longer than statute. So they're it's about 12 miles across. So there still could be small islands here that aren't shown on our map. Let's see if I've got anything down here. We'll just around the region. What we got in here? We could have a reeve, a steward, or castellan. Yeah, see, I haven't finished all yet. Document is always a work in progress, this text document. It's never truly done. Never truly finished. It's always in progress. I can't do a D10 because I've only got 3 down here, so I'm going to do a D6. It's pyramid, so if I get a 6th castellan, 4 or 5 steward, 1 through 3, it's going to be that reeve. Alright, it's castellan. That's just the official person who's in charge. Castellan. So instead of it being like a baron or somebody who owns this castle, it's actually somebody who's appointed by the official crown, by the government. The caliphate. Hold this. Signed by Abdeshbira, which is, but then how many miles away is Shbira? There it is. Abdeshbira is right over here. So 1, 2, 8, 10, 13, 16, about 160 nautical miles. So it's a bit of a schlep to get over there. It's mostly obviously going to be sea travel. You're probably going to have to go down and around to get there. That's who's in. So, as far as this person's probably in charge of basically this entire area. Means the person who's going to be in charge of this waterway, which means this person who's here makes sense that it's a crown region because they have to control this waterway area. It's incredibly important. They're controlling the trade through the strait of the north part of the Gold Sea, north-south route. This person has a very, very important job. It makes sense why this is a crown-appointed person and not a random viscount or something like that. Yeah. Oh, you just got out of the dungeon. You only made it to floor 4. Oh, so you guys are doing like classic dungeon crawling. That's cool. You don't see that very often that much, I feel like, anymore. 4 big zombies. Oh, like ogre zombies. Yeah. Nasty. Got hurt, but nobody died. Well, that's good. That's good. That shows that you guys know when to run, which is, that is a player skill. And it's really hard to, even as a player now, I've gotten to the point where I will sometimes kind of run early. You go through a few TPKs, you get those war scars, you get that PTSD from it, and you're like, well, I don't really want to lose my character over a dumb situation. So, I run characters who are more likely to run now. They used to be. Because if they die, their story ends. Especially if it's a TPK and nobody's there to heal them back up. Raise them afterwards. Okay. We got our APL. Yeah, so this all looks good. The only thing we don't know is we don't have the theme for it yet. Figure out the theme. I'm tossing here. 6, 7, and not Fiend. No. Okay, I was way off. Celestial again. The Celestial theme. That makes a lot of sense. Again, this is the nation that we're under, the kingdom, technically the caliphate, is very religious. It is, in fact, it's like being on Malta during the Crusades. Or it's like it is just a religious government. All right, so they've got a very, very small holding here. They've got barely any people here. Very small area. So this is kind of Malta-esque in that it's just like Sardinia. It's just a tiny island. Other than there's a big keep on. Probably quite a few ships they're probably in charge of as well. Oh, you did defeat them, so you didn't run. Gotcha. You got assaulted by a mimic. Yeah, mimics will do that. Animated tables, smothering rugs, and the like. Gotta be careful, because the furniture will jump out and grab you. They'll get you. They'll kill you. Okay, we're good with there. Let's keep rolling. I immediately rolled another one. Okay, what's in this area? 12 is a ruin. No, 12 is roll twice and combine. Alright, I guess they have it down as 12, so I don't think I have it down as 12. Should I though? I wonder if this is a change I should make to the document. Because if you roll that, there's a chance where you could be rolling a d12 instead of a d20 on this. Not in that part of the world right now. I'll let it lie for now. I shall ruminate upon that for later. Doesn't matter. Got the same thing. Which is going to be remains. So there's two different sets of remains. I love it. That immediately tells me this is going to be a weird, complicated story that's going to happen there when they're going to be like, there's these dead guys. But then there's also these other dead guys that apparently are not from the same incident. Also on top of this. So whatever killed these guys might have come back and killed these guys. Or something else happened. I idiotically gave the DM of a floor just a mimics. Yeah, the idea for the DM of a floor that's oops, all mimics edition. Floor of the dungeon. Ugh. Miserable. Miserable thing to get through. Every door could be a mimic. Every floor tile could be a mimic. Everything you might need to interact with might be a mimic. A torch brazier on the wall could be a mimic. Yeah, not great. I feel like that's precisely fun for about one encounter. And then that gets really old really fast. Especially if you're playing like old school D&D where there are mimic floors and ceilings and walls too. Not fun. It's like the entire room is mimic. You're inside the mimic already. You've fallen into my trap. Yugi boy. Alright, so we have two different sets of remains. So I guess I'll just put this down here twice. That feels weird to do, but I guess that is the correct thing. Add two of these guys down in here. Two different sets of remains. Wild. And yet, I love it. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not going to do the theme first. I'm going to do some age. I guess we can do these right side by side. Alright, so we have an old remains and the recent. We have recent remains. And then we have old remains. And for the type. 2 and 9. Accident. That's the wrong table. Alright, creature. Creature and objects. Pretty common. Creatures and vehicle. I can start to see it coming together right now. We're in the water. We're looking for vehicle remains. Makes sense that it could be just a shipwreck. And then somebody who was trying to salvage that shipwreck. ran into some trouble. Apparent cause. Weird. Do these in tandem. 3-3. Okay, so we're going to stack x2 times 2. Okay, so whatever happened to the recent remains, they got the crap murdered out of them. Shipwreck could be a mimic. Be a mimic? Before you've only run into mimic here, so that's good. That's good that you're not gun shy because everything could be a mimic. It's just like everything could be trapped. 4-1. Okay, abandoned. Abandoned due to environment. Oh yeah, this is a classic. I think this is a shipwreck. It's run up on the shoals. Yeah, we'll say wrecked. Wrecked on the shoals. / sandbar. Why not? Ended it, but probably like a storm or something like that. They had some sort of storm wrecked. Yeah, I'll go ahead and put that. Storm wrecked on shoals or sandbar. I guess storm wrecked is not. Okay. Then somebody was going to check those out. Got attacked. That's how we get where we are. Okay. The remains status. Okay, this is going to be a little weird. Alright. Let's... You know what? I'm going to roll these both at the same time and then assign them however I see fit. 2 and 5. Haunted with loot. I like it. Empty or pick clean. Now I'm trying to imagine it like if I'm making the adventure. If I was going to make this adventure, if I have who we're assuming are the salvagers be haunted with loot, there's no reason for the PCs to go further into the shipwreck. If I switch that around, the looters have been picked clean. Their bodies have been picked clean. Ship is haunted with loot. They've picked the loot off of the salvagers and added it to the hold. Pirate treasure? Sounds good to me. Sometimes you don't gotta mess with the classics. Makes sense to me, man. No fuss, no muss. Love it. So either recent remains were the salvagers who went here and they either didn't get in far enough to actually pick up any salvage, or they had stuff and it's been taken from them. Either one of those works. So I can leave it ambiguous for now. Haunted with sweet, sweet loot. Not lot, loot. This we like. This will do it well. This for sure will probably end up being underwater. I like it. I love it when the tables just throws me basically just a bog standard D&D adventure. It's like, yeah, I could have just made up that adventure, I suppose. It's nice that it randomly got me to that point. Like, oh, you know, and now I can make up something and be like, oh, well, these people haven't been in contact for a while. They're going out to do a salvage operation, salvage site. Maybe adventurers themselves. Don't know who these people are. And as the DM, until this comes up, I don't need to know who they are. That's for future DM me to work on and figure out. Okay, we're gonna push forward. I'm gonna this one up. Hey, Gabby. I'm doing well. How are you doing? We're doing some mapping today, and some points of interest on a D&D map. Hanging out, working on stuff. And elemental versus elemental. I'm not sure if I've ever had that come up before. It'd be very interesting. Seven and eight. Only one eight. Seven. As long as they're their own weird thing. Water's kind of my vibe, but let's see. There's 6 of them, so let me roll a d6 and just get fire element. Because there should be fire dude. I've been referring them in my current campaign, which makes sense. It'd be really cool that they're over here. I've been calling them salamans. Fire newts. Salamanders. Salamander. I think we already literally have the salamander fire newt warriors actively in the adventure I'm running right now for the campaign on a mountain. This the 1-to-1 is crazy. Absolute kismet. Serendipity. So, no reason not to go with it. And there's just people that live here too, which is a big problem. Fighting over some sort of resource. Makes me think it's probably like a coal mine I'd really love. Fun. Both of them probably want to munch on some coal. Love it. Makes sense to me. Keep moving on. So that was a cool one. That's a cool little point of interest. Have these psionic stairs because I got an aberration thing. So it's a way to climb up into the hills, I guess, from the coast. So they're unmanned. It's crossing, gets you from like one area, and a transportation breakpoint is the official term for that, where you have to switch over from being at sea and you come up on the coast. And then there are these psionic stairs. So we have the aberration thing. So you have to use your mind power to focus on the stairs to make them go up. Thing is, they're in disrepair and dangerous. So if you go up there and you don't make your checks right, you might end up falling out of the stairs, falling down the hillside into the jungle beneath. And I figured underneath them is this sort of roiling mass of thorny vegapygmies, which are kind of like plant tigers, kind of big monitor lizards. I don't know. I don't know how to explain thorny vegapygmies. I mean, I guess you can't see a picture of them up on my screen. The fact that's roiling beneath, not a difficult fight probably for characters of this level. APL, average party level 5 through 10, shouldn't be a difficult time for them. But in addition to the fall and then them being basically surrounded by them before their friends get a chance to help them, could be a fun encounter. So fun stuff happening here. I like it. That's pretty much all I want to say, is that this was the fun one. This is why I use the tables that I have, because they make me do weird stuff, like include psionic stairs. Interpretation. I like it. Yeah, if you guys have any questions or anything like that, just drop in to me. Otherwise, I'm gonna put myself back on mute and keep on going so I'm not heavy breathing into the mic. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, anytime streaming, feel free to jump in, say hey. Thanks for checking it out. Glad you're getting something out of it. That's why we're doing it. And it's fun. Fun too. Yeah, have a good one. See you next time. I've never had an auto format like that before. That is new. I don't hate it though. I just wish I'd do it that way if I had known it would do that, but second paragraph. That was weird. Anyways, moving on. All right, guys. I think that's probably where we're gonna call it for today. So hopefully this was helpful for you guys. You guys were able to get some good work done, like I was. We are almost done with this hex map. Really proud of what we accomplished today, and it was a lot of fun getting to talk with a bunch of you guys today. So we've got these two last big hexes to do. We've got these two last big hexes areas to do. This one. And we have a few of these little corner pieces. Because I've done a few of them, like I did this guy over here, but I haven't done most of them. So I gotta go back and do these corners. And then we'll be done with this map. Well, we'll be done with... We're never truly done. Actually, that's not true. You can't be fully done. Kind of. So I guess the answer is no, you can't truly. We will be done as much as we need to do Caliphate map in really anything that I'm not actively trying to develop for play. Like for a session or adventure. But once we do these little corner pieces, what I'll basically do is I'll go back in, and because some of these are not super fleshed out, like this one's pretty fleshed out, but if we get back towards where the big glut of our stuff is here in the middle, you'll notice that a lot of it is in fact not fleshed out. It's just like religious site. I'll finish up some of that stuff, and I'll actually start making the crib for it. So I'll basically make a key for this map so I can detail all the locations in it. And I'll start with our larger maps up. So I'll start with, we zoom out. I'll be starting with the things that have names on them. So we know that we have Okatahira, Paleve Barjan, Abda Shabira, and the silver mines. So I'll start with there, and then I'll get in there and start working on some of the other stuff. And start detailing them so we can understand, I can fully understand, and I'll have down to a very, very, very good amount of certainty what is going on with this entire nation in my world. And again, this is not a super huge nation. Now, it's not a tiny nation. It is this entire larger hex that we're looking at. Shape of it there. So it is this hex. So this in all is one, this big hexagon shape that we're seeing here, which has a bunch of little hexagons in it. Multiple layers of hexagons in it. Is one atlas hex. They call them atlas hex. So you can see this entire hex zoomed out in the main world atlas map. Now there are 1,800 of these in the world, of these big hexes in the world. So when I say that you do not need to do this to run D&D, I want to make that exceptionally clear. That this is a mad scientist thing that I do. This is not a thing that you need to do. Run D&D. You don't need to do any of this stuff. I do it because I like it and I want to develop my world and it's fun, and we're playing in a campaign that's set in this area of the world, so this is the area of the world that I am developing at this time. But we're also only playing right here. Like that tiny hex. That is all, that's been the entire, well, except for the very beginning, the very first couple of sessions where they were getting there. They were getting from Mad Shabira down to Paleve Parjan. But other than that, everything else has taken place in and around just that one little island area. And that's it. You do not need to do this. This is way, way overkill for running just a bog standard game of D&D. You don't need to do this stuff. This is a me thing. But it'll be exciting, so I'll have that and I'll be able to look at this full nation and be like, this is most of everything that's in here. Now, it's not everything, because this is not our closest level of detail for mapping purposes. So we have the Atlas map, that's the big hex. You'll notice where the red hexes are. So each one of those, or where these black hexes are, each one of these outlines a region hex. So there are essentially 31 and hexes and some partial hexes that go into this. And then inside of each one of those is 31 county hexes. These are the guys we were working on today, the county hexes. And within each one of those, there is technically 19 local hexes, which are the 2 nautical mile wide hexes. Which one we're really drilling down to be like, hey, if you were walking today, and you need to know specifically the things that you saw, you could do that. Now, this is already a massive map with a whole bunch of stuff in it. So if we took every little hex that's in here and multiplied all of them by 19 and some change, it'd be a lot still. I don't necessarily need to do that detail. And that is a bit of a fool's errand to get that small to know that specific stuff. But the nice thing that I like about this scale is because this Russian nesting doll style of hex mapping, where I can go zoom out all the way to an atlas, all the way into sort of like 2 miles of what's within 2 miles, is that it allows me, there's 4 scales, and each one of those scales I can tie to a tier of play in D&D. So if we were on the Atlas size, that'd be our level 17 plus. For our region size, that's 11 through 16. And when we're on this one, which is the county hexes, which ones we're dealing with today, those are average party levels 5 through 10. So that's that second tier of adventure. And then if we get down into the local hexes, those are our levels 1 through 4. So do I really need to map out an entire nation to know what's going on with those level 1 through 4? No, because by the time they get through to 5th level, they're not going to be dealing with stuff that small anyways, and they're going to be moving around the place. So this would be like, if I wanted to continue playing this up through 10th level, this is the sort of things that they would run into, would be these shipwrecks, these wandering monsters, these different holdings, the conflict areas, etc. That's the stuff they would be dealing with. So they're still too low level for that now, but in the future they might run up to that. And so that's why I'm detailing this next level up if our campaign ends up going that long. So, just fun stuff. But yeah, that's it for me. If you like this stuff, give it a like, follow us, subscribe. There's also the main channel, which I usually do streams on Saturday, mornings for me. So you can check that out. That's Red Ragged Fiend. That's on YouTube. It's the same with Twitch. But I'm trying to get into restreaming, so using more restreaming or ability to stream to multiple platforms. So maybe we'll try to do that for Twitch as well. I haven't tried to set that up for the main channel yet. We'll see how that goes. And then people can catch us there. But this has been more like second channel stuff, and it's just because I've been toying around, so I didn't want to do it over on the main channel. But thanks everybody who came in, had some good chats, talked to people about D&D, always a fun time. And usually I would be on my way to my game now, but I don't have a game. And I am getting to the point where I'm starting to get the fatigue, so I can't work on this any longer, or I'm going to start making a lot of mistakes. So I don't want to do that. Then I'll have to go back and do this later. So thanks for hanging out. I'll catch you guys next time. Alright? Bye, guys.